everyone. Thank you for attending today's presentation. My name's Karen, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Brunel University London and about studying there. So let's get started. So the three main things I usually say to students when they're thinking about university is one is about the location. And whether you want to study in a city or a rural area and how important that is to you. The second is the environment you would like to study in. So whether it's a campus-based university or whether you have to travel in to campus from outside, and whether the campus is spread across the town. And the final thing, and obviously, is about the course. And what type of course you want to do, whether you want to learn something new or whether you want to progress onto something that interests you. So those are the three key things. So for Brunel, we are located in the west of London. We are 15 minutes away from Heathrow Airport, and our local town is called Uxbridge. Now that is only a 5-minute bus ride away from campus. Now Uxbridge has the shopping centres and the bars and the restaurants, but you can get easy access into central London within the 45 minutes. So it's a great location to be in, especially if you're looking for that kind of London vibe. The great thing about Brunel, and probably I am a little bit biased, but I think we're in a great location because it's not as hectic as central London where we are, but being West London, there are cheaper living costs, and that's to do with our accommodation. So on to the environment. So Brunel is a campus-based university. So that means that everything's on the one site. It's a single site London campus. So not only are your lectures, the library, the lab spaces, medical centre, sports facilities, and we've just renewed all our, upgraded our sports facilities for our athletics tracks. But also there are coffee shops and places to eat. But what is important is the accommodation is also on campus. So at either side of campus is your accommodation. So it's a really nice environment to be studying in, such a community feel. Usually, pre-COVID, obviously, there was all the clubs and societies going on. So there was always something happening on campus. And what we can talk about a bit later is about the cost of the accommodation, and you can see how they're more reasonable, but you have that easy access into central London if you wanted to. So at Brunel, we'll just highlight a couple of the facilities that we actually offer. So we have world-class facilities in the athletics, with a competition athletics track. We also have it's 2.5 million worth of UEFA football pitches, as well as tennis courts, as well as the gym and other supporting facilities there. And the reason we say it's a world-class facility is because the gentleman there on the left-hand side, Usain Bolt, the Olympic sprinter, he used Brunel, and he chose to use Brunel as his training ground, not only when it was the Olympics in 2012, but he also came back a few years later when it was the London Games. We also have the library, which is on campus, and it includes assistive technology, digital resources, and 24 hours opening times during the term. And we do have the special collections, and we do have specific subject librarians to help students with their digital and information literacy and resources. So lots of support there. We have also on campus, we have our art centre. So if you're interested in doing the painting, the pottery, or any other sort of artistic courses, we have the facilities there. And for our courses, we have our courses are not only theoretical, they're practical based. So we have the latest lab equipment to help support you throughout your studies. As you can see, we offer a wide range of subjects at Brunel, and that's at undergraduate, postgraduate, and at research level. All our courses for undergraduate and postgraduate levels start in the September time. However, we do have some January intakes for the postgraduate courses. Key thing to highlight here is that with the courses that are undergraduate courses, over 95% of them have a work placement option. So traditionally, an undergraduate degree program in the UK is a 3-year degree program. However, with the work placement option, it becomes a 4-year degree program. That means that you study in year 1 and year 2, third year you're in industry for a year, come back for your final year. So but you can change your mind. So if you, for instance, you've signed up for a work placement year, decided, you know what, in your first or second year, haven't found anywhere suitable, or I'm no longer interested, you can bring it back to the 3 years. You do have the flexibility there. So here are a few of the courses that we offer at postgraduate level for the January start. Obviously, this year was slightly different because of, in light of COVID, more courses were taught online for January. We are planning and obviously continuing with hoping that for September, it will continue to be working towards an on-campus studies. However, it may be that we are looking at our dual delivery approach again. And it may be that we do offer up more courses again for January 2022 for online studies. So what you find in the UK is that we do study in a wide range of ways. You do have your traditional lectures that will give you a key overview of the key concepts and ideas of that subject area. However, there would also be the lab work. So that will help develop and understand the technical and the research skills and using methods that you've learned in your classrooms and your lectures. So here are just a few examples. On the top left-hand side, we have a moot court on campus, and a moot court is like a mock courtroom. So students will come in. Sometimes we have the guest judges that are in their wigs and their robes. And as a student, you would be acting on behalf of a claimant or a defendant in a mock trial. So you can see that very much practical experience that you're getting whilst you're studying at university. And some other ones is like our aerospace engineering students. They have access to a flight simulator and a supersonic wind tunnel. So again, helps them develop and create for their studies. There are small group project works, and that will help develop your key professional skills, like your report writing, communication skills, and sort of teamwork. And then all students are assigned a one-to-one with a personal tutor, and that forms part of your own personal development and objectives. And remember, you are being taught by people who have written the journals and the books that you are studying from. We will sort of cover nearer the end as well about entry requirements. I just wanted to highlight that for any reason, if your grades are slightly lower, we do have our Brunel University Pathway College based at Brunel that run these foundation first year studies and pre-masters programs in all different subject areas. So we would always recommend an alternative pathway if you don't meet the general entry requirements. And as you can see, I mean, the students that do take the programs are successful and transfer onto their chosen degree course. But remember, with the Pathway College, they are based at Brunel. You are taught by Brunel lecturers, and you have access to all the Brunel facilities. The only difference is the Pathway College facilitates this course in the first instance. So just to break up a little bit of the presentation, I'm just going to show you a very short clip about our Professional Development Centre. So that was a professional development centre, obviously pre-COVID, the filming. But I really wanted to highlight and emphasise, you know, one of the support services that we actually offer. Now, the Professional Development Centre are very key in a student in order to progress and be successful in their chosen career path. So they do have the job shop that is on campus, and that advertises all the jobs on campus as well as in the local area. As I mentioned earlier, we're near to our local town that has the shopping centre, so the opportunities are there. So if you want to work whilst you study, you can. We do recommend students working no more than 15 hours a week, just so they can get their work, life and studies balance right. You do have dedicated careers advisors to support you, again, with your needs in order for you to be successful in your chosen career path. Which leads us nicely onto the placement section. So I mentioned about the placement opportunities. So what happens is a student will sign up to be part of the placement opportunity, be assigned a careers advisors dedicated to your subject area. They will support you and work with you with your CV writing and your interview techniques, and they'll send you all the job adverts in that area of interest. Now, we can never guarantee the placement just because you have to be successful at interview. But with all the free support and guidance you get, you will be. It's a great opportunity, you know, for the fact that you're gaining links with industries. You can be earning a salary of between £12,000 and £18,000 in that year. And it just great for your CV, makes you more employable after you've graduated. So something to consider there. And we also at postgraduate level, we do have some placement opportunities, especially in our business programs and our economics and finance programs. And usually we do run the employers fairs, the networking events to help students gain, again, links and networking with companies. And there's sometimes they usually run a short networking event, so you have like short interviews to practice again your interview techniques. Now, I also in this, in light of COVID, the Professional Development Centre still continue to support all our students online with helping students to continue with their careers. I mean, that's key to us. We want to get you ready to work and we want you to be successful in that chosen career path. And we've got great links with industries. We have connections with over 1,500 companies. So you can take advantage of that whilst you're at the university. And the Professional Development Centre were voted 5th best careers service, and that was in the country, and that was voted for by students. So something to consider there. So we've talked about studying hard and working hard. Now let's have some fun. So with all the clubs and societies that normally go on out on campus, again, we're still doing online activities whilst in light of our of COVID and our lockdown. But you can see it ranges from the traditional sports, whether you want to be part of a team, whether you want to compete nationally, or whether you want to try something out new. And then we do have, as I say, the art centre as well, and we have volunteering work. And we help support charities throughout the year. I guess the key thing is about with the clubs and societies, you are making friends from all over the world. So great chance there. So just some general information for you for our undergraduate and postgraduate entry requirements. More details would be on our website for your chosen career path, for your chosen course. So undergraduate level, we look at the Distato between 75% and 85% average grade. Postgraduate programs, we look depending on, again, the course, whether it's 84 or 94. For English language, we look at the GCSEs, IB, we look at IELTS. In addition, again, with COVID, we do accept the IELTS online, as well as TOEFL, as well as the Duolingo. So again, more information on the course pages. But we also, in addition, we have the Brunel Language Centre, and they run not only the pre-sessional courses, in-sessional English language courses, but they also run a Brunel English language testing, and it's free of charge to those students that are holding an offer of a place at Brunel. So fees have been confirmed for this year at Brunel. Great news for us is that we recognise and we support all our European students with Brexit and the transition period. So our fees are remaining in line with our home fees for September 2021. We don't know what the fees are. We always set our fees and scholarships 1 year in advance. So we don't know what these will be yet for September 2022. But the key thing is, if you're looking for that for 2022, consider the course, consider the university and the where you would like to study that instance. And then when you're going into your final year, that's when I recommend you can check out around about November time what the fees, what scholarship opportunities there may be for you. The other great thing is there's a company that has been set over the last few years called Fins. You'll see them, I think they might have a stand at this event. So check them out because they are offering sort of a student finance loan. So get more details there. Living costs. So this is a guideline and it was given to us by the British Council. So that helps you start with your budgeting. Now for our accommodation, it's around about £115 per week for a standard room. It goes up to around about £160 per week for an ensuite room. So as I say, those prices there compared with central London, you'll see how reasonable they are. Now, the living cost is just a guideline because we are, where all students are different. So if you shop smart, you shop right, your food, groceries bills will be a lot less. As I say, this is a good starting point for you of thinking, how much would it cost for me to live whilst I'm studying in the UK? Just wanted to show you another very short video, it'll give you a little bit of an overview of the campus, but it's more about COVID and making sure that our students and staff are safe during this period.
Hi guys, my name is Bella and I'm a final year student here at Brunel University studying digital design. This video is to help returning and new students find their way around campus while maintaining safety. To help with social distancing, there is a one-way system in busy areas such as this one, marked by arrows to keep left. Remember, when you're entering a store or a cafe, you must wear a face covering. To help with social distancing, there is a new queuing system in place and seating has been spaced out. And we've gone cashless to reduce contact. There is also a track and trace system, so remember to scan. This supermarket is one of the places where you're expected to wear a mask, but however, if you have a proper medical reason, you don't have to. Always remember to sanitize your hand when you enter a building. I'm in the lecture center and a one-way system has been introduced. There are lots of signs everywhere to keep us safe. Let's have a look at one of the lecture rooms. Our teaching spaces look a bit different because of social distancing, only sit on seats with a green tick. Our labs also follow the social distancing rule. These green ticks show where you must sit. And study spaces have changed too. The green tick indicates where you must sit and there's a keyboard covering as well. To use the lift, there's a one person at a time rule, or you can always walk. Thank you. The library has also introduced a new click and collect system. To use the library, you have to book online in advance, and you can return the books here. There are hand sanitizer units in all building entrances and outside toilets. There are wipe dispensers like this one. You can use these wipes to wipe down desks or door handles before using them. When you move into accommodation, you will form a new household with the people you share a flat with. Here in our food outlets, we've also introduced social distancing measures with the seating and the track and trace system. We've also introduced a click and collect service. Our gym and other sports facilities are open, though things may operate a little bit differently, so make sure to check before you head down. I'm here in the gym, and as you can see, there's a one-way system and the equipment are spaced out. To use the gym, you will need to book a 1-hour session in advance. There are lots of outdoor spaces, such as this one, and there are picnic tables in place, so please enjoy them. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys soon on campus, and remember, it's up to us to stay safe by following the rules and sign. Till then, stay safe. Bye-bye.
So I just wanted to emphasise how important it is for us to make sure that everyone is safe during this time. So to summarise why Brunel University London, so no wonder it's called Greater London. With our London campus community provides everything a student can need, from the world-class sports facilities to diverse arts centre, student union support with all the clubs and societies, prayer facilities, online campus accommodation, and this is all in easy reach of central London. We get you to apply your mind to and applied learning for real world. So at Brunel, you learn to apply your mind to real life problems in real life situations. And our teaching is formed by internationally renowned research and delivered by the experts, which has been supported by some of the best equipment and facilities around. So we try and have our courses as close as possible to the world of work, giving you that support that will get you ready for work. So I mentioned about our undergraduate courses with the placement opportunities, but remember, we do have some postgraduate courses with placement opportunities as well. You have all access to first-class coaching, mentoring and networking with links from over 1,500 companies, and that's all free of charge. And the whole world on one campus. So we have around about 14,000 students that study at Brunel. Around about 20% of the students are international students. So we have students from over 150 different countries. And it just makes a nice, vibrant atmosphere because of all the different cultures coming together. So definitely connect with us. Obviously, we're at the stand today, myself and my colleague, Martin. So if you've got any other questions, don't hesitate to pop in and send us a chat message. We do have undergraduate and postgraduate virtual open days coming out. You can always chat to our students at any time online, as well as we have access to all the social media sites. So thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. I'll stop sharing my screen now, and we'll see whether there are any questions that are now coming through.
Karen, thank you.
Okay.
I've looked through the questions. There have been 2 questions, but you have answered them during the presentation. So I will not put them through.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and yeah, thank you for being here with us. Thank you for all this info. Thank you for the great presentation. Thank you for showing us life after COVID at a British university.
Totally. I always remain positive. You know that it may not be exactly the same, but we are ensuring that we'll try to get it as best as possible for students.
Amazing. Thank you for your time. And then this is the presentation. We're going to go offline now, and we'll
Hello everyone, thank you so much for being here today. My name is Nicolee Di Carvalho from Buckinghamshire New University. I am an international officer at the uni, and during this presentation today we'll be introducing you to Bucks. And I am also joined by our very own student ambassador, Marilis Vane. Hi Marilis.
Hello everyone.
And Marilis is a second year student with us. She's studying criminology and law, is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
So she will also be talking about her student experience, things she's gone through, things she's seen her students, her friends at the uni also go through, just to make it that little bit more personable for you guys. So to start off, I'm just going to give you guys 3 very quick points about the uni. And what usually gets students confused is that they might think that we are a new university because of our name. But in fact, we were founded in 1891 as the School of Science and Art, and our motto is by art and industry, skill and energy. So from the very beginning, when the university was established, our focus, and still to this day, is the employability side of education. So designing courses that are very careers focused and just boosting your employability skills. We are a very small university with around 5,000 students. This has many advantages. So you have unlimited access to our facilities. You can book things almost instantly. You can have really good access to your academics, which is really great. And it's a small student community, so everybody kind of just knows everyone. And it kind of just boosts your student experience, really. And lastly, on this slide, is that we're located in the beautiful county of Buckinghamshire. If you have been to the UK, you might already be familiar. And Buckinghamshire is just outside of London. And I'll show you on the map exactly whereabouts that is. Now, oh, what's happening? Here we go. So on the left there, you have the map and the pinpointing where our main campus is, so in High Wycombe, about 30 minutes away from London on the train. And on the right here, you have some of our local attractions, things that are very local to us, so the Chiltern Hills, Marlow, and sites like this, which is just really nice for when you have your family and your friends coming over in a normal world, of course. And then moving on, Marilis, did you want to add anything about location or how you found it coming from Estonia?
So I would say the location is actually incredible. It's really, really easy to get between airports and Wycombe. And also would like to add that there's a free campus link bus between our campus and the Uxbridge campus that's actually on the outside of London, but it still goes in the London area, I guess. And so you can actually get a free bus to London and then take the tube to the centre, meaning you will cut your travel costs for literally more than half. So that's definitely one really, really good thing about Bucks.
Yeah, that's right. And because we have that Uxbridge campus in London, this campus link bus runs every hour, I believe, which is pretty good. So it's just a cheaper way, like Marilis said, to get into London, which is great. And then here, more in terms of our course areas, we have a range of courses in various fields of study. So Art and Design and Performance is one of our schools, Aviation and Security, Business Law and Computing, Healthcare and Social Work, Human and Social Sciences, which will be Marilis's school, Media and Creative Industries, Nursing and Allied Health. So within each of these areas, there will be a good range of courses, and for each courses, we will have, what differentiates us from other universities. So for Art and Design, for example, we have really cool facilities, resources, equipment, everything you need. And you have your own dedicated space, your own little workshop space where you will have that for the 3 years of your course. You won't be having to move around. And also, as part of the art and design school, we select students to go to New York, again, in a normal world, where you have the opportunity to network, meet 7 different agencies out there where you can present your portfolio, and yeah, just lots of really good networking opportunities. Aviation security is where we have our piloting courses. So we have courses if you want to train to be a helicopter pilot, a private pilot, or a commercial pilot. And these are really excellent courses. Not only do you get your pilot license, but you also get a degree alongside of it. So it's something to fall back on. So you still have that education aspect. Business law and computing, a range of courses. Computing in particular, we're quite strong at. So if you have any questions about any more course specific stuff, do let us know at the end. Human and social sciences, Marilis will be able to talk about as a student of criminology and law. If you kind of just wanted to go through, you know, what you've been doing so far, what kind of projects you've been able to work on.
So at the moment, obviously, it's been a bit more just theoretical than practical because of the situation. But other than that, we have had different field trips is a wrong word, but it's a similar word. We go to different courts to see how you would be in a workplace. You just get it. You get really, really good overall experience out of those trips. So we go to courts, we go to prisons, we go to talk to different people from the industry, and also so inside the class we do a lot of mooting, we talk about a lot of cases. It's all really hands-on and it's really personal because, as said before, it's a small university. Not many people are going to be in your classes, so the tutors would actually know you by name. They would know your problems, your issues, your weaknesses, your strengths, and they will be able to guide you much better, actually giving you a better education that you may receive in a large university. And I think that's about it, what I have to say.
No, that's really cool. And we also have courses, say, in policing and psychology. And with something like criminology and law, we can, there's a lot of like collaboration projects, things that you can draw on from the policing students, and also the facilities available to them that you can access, which is really cool. Perfect. Moving on to our next slide. So here we talk about our commitment to you as a university. So we want to deliver, and we do deliver, first-class student experience. So recently we've invested £100 million into our campuses, this making it a pleasant place for students to be, where all the resources and facilities are available to you. Again, small class sizes, you'll hear us saying about this a lot, but it's just great to know that you will have access to everything that is available to you. Like Marilis said, you know, at a larger university, it might be a little bit harder to book a room, to have access to your academics. So we have those advantages where it's just easy, you go, you have your facilities there, your academics there, and so on. The third point here is about our Students' Union, which we will talk about in a lot more detail a little bit later. And Marilis is an SU expert, super engaged in the activities and stuff. If you're not quite familiar with what a Students' Union is, this is something that all UK universities have. And it's basically an organisation within the uni which just helps students with so many things, including the organisation of societies, activities, events, advice, and much, much more, which we'll talk about in a lot more detail later. The fourth point on here is about our specialist simulation suites, where you're able to practice the skills you learn. So just going back to the practicality of our courses, it is very hands-on. On the right here, you'll see our students using, virtual reality kits, again, in support of their education. We have our flight simulator there, and so on. So not only will you have the theory side, but you will have a lot of the practical side. Of course, as Marilis mentioned, in this new world, having to deal with the pandemic, a lot of that will be shifting and so on, but our focus is to, equip you with those practical skills that employers look for. And lastly on here is the big deal package, a package that is part of the SU, where we offer our activities for free, but we'll leave that to the end because it is the most exciting part of the presentation. Next. Okay, so on this slide here, we have some of our key achievements at the university. So a top 30 UK university across a multitude of questions. These surveys are carried out, of course, by our students, where they rate a billion of things. So top 30 is something we're proud of. Top 5 university for academic services. So the academic support you receive at Bucks is really, really good. We have our learning development unit, we have our careers department, the SU, again, with the advice that they are able to offer, and so on. Marilis, have you had any experience maybe using the learning development unit, or maybe a student who has had?
I personally haven't, but a lot of my mates actually have. They help you, especially when you start in the university. It can be quite difficult to write, the first long essays for my course, for example. So they just offer help to you. They will read your assignments through, say what you're doing well, what needs more improvement. And over the course of your studies, they would just be always there to help you.
That's really cool. I actually had a student who she went on to study one of our aviation courses, and she was always really strong at maths. And coming over to the UK, she didn't want to, give up and lose touch of her, say, math skills. So she went to the LDU, who gave her just loads of exercises and activities to just keep up and just keep that, stimulated so she doesn't lose it. So I thought that was really cool too. So just whatever you need, really, whatever your academic needs are, there is a lot of support in place at the uni. Including even our library that is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in a normal world. But yeah, I mean, if 2 a.m. is when you feel the most productive, then the library is open for you to go and study, book a study room where it's more private, quiet. There are laptops that you can rent out for free in case something goes wrong with your personal one. So yeah, a lot of support. The third key achievement here is our employment rate. So we're a top 10 university for employment rate, and that is testament to us being a career-focused university. Also a testament to us being a small university with good networking contacts and opportunities for our students. And another key achievement we're proud of here is our fashion degree programs, our design programs even, they rank pretty high up in comparison to other unis. And lastly, 37th ranked for graduate salaries in the UK. So you will most likely graduate with us, go on to work at a job with a good starting salary, which is nice. Moving on to the next slide, again, just touches on how we prepare our students for the world of work. So, like we've been saying, our courses are carefully designed to have the perfect blend of professional, practical, and academic teaching, very career focused, lots of relevant industry opportunity available, employability embedded into all of our courses. So you will constantly be made to think, how is that theory you're learning relevant, and how is that applied in practice, which is really cool. 98% of our BACS graduates are in work or further study within 6 months, which is great. We also have a bunch of career fairs that are organised, networking opportunities, and also our careers department to help you with interview training for a job that you might be going for, help with boosting your CV, making sure you include as much as possible, but also the essential on there to just to give your CV a boost, basically. And another thing in terms of how we prepare you for the world of work is through our facilities, the equipment we have in place, which is pretty much industry standard. So if you're on a music course with us, our music studios are industry standard. So when you go on to work in the real world, there's no real surprises really. You are super equipped and capable of dealing with whatever comes your way, really. Marilis, would you like to talk about how it's here in terms of?
I would just like to add that overall, week 7 of the university, at least for our school, but I think it is run university-wide, is actually called the Employability Week, which means that the tutors will arrange experts to come in. The career fairs will take place then. There will be a lot of volunteering opportunities with different organizations, depending on your degree. And overall, as Nicole mentioned before, there is a BACS employability service, and they will really help you with anything that you need, including when you need to find placements for your course, or just you want a job and you can't find anything online. You can just go to them and they will try to help you out with it and find you the best solution.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I've just remembered something else, which I think is pretty cool, just in terms of preparing our students, for this real world of work. There are a lot of projects in place where students work in collaboration with students from other courses. So with our film courses, for example, our film students can call upon our acting students, our music students for a soundtrack they might need in support of their film project, our acting students to act for a little short movie they're putting together, and so on. So that's really, really cool, just the collaboration between students from different courses. And it's like the example earlier with Marilis studying criminology and law, and we also have the policing courses. So, there's always just that collaboration in place, which is really, really cool. The next slide, it's pretty exciting here. We have some of the leading employers our students have gone on to work for. Not only do our students go to them, but these employers come to us to deliver workshops and presentations and that kind of stuff, which is a really, really good networking opportunity. And again, with being a small university, our students really do have the chance to just shine, stand out, have a good conversation with these guest speakers that come in. And another thing that's really cool is, for example, if Microsoft come in to deliver something to our computing students, for example, it doesn't mean that that session is just for our computing students. It is open for students across all courses, because, you know, Microsoft isn't just limited to computing. They will have a marketing department, all the business side, so it is open to all students across all courses. So that's that. Marilis, anything you would like to add?
At the moment, no, I don't think so.
No worries. And down here we have the Ministry of Justice, where our students have gone on to work for, and vice versa, where they come to deliver workshops and stuff, which is relevant to like Marilis's field of study, which is really, really cool. Cool. And then moving on, our accommodation. So accommodation will be a big part of your move over to the UK. And on the right here, you'll see a couple of images of our student halls. Marilis, I believe you stayed at one of our halls. Was it in your first year, I believe?
Yeah, I stayed over at Brook Street for the pandemic time, and it was actually really lovely. It's the most social out of the halls, I would definitely say that, but it's also the cheapest. And the I think we talk about it in the next slide, but Bucks actually reduced their accommodation charges.
Oh, sorry.
So it was actually really, really cheap for the students. And what other is good about Bucks is that they are really, really student-centered. With the whole pandemic thing going on last year, when a lot of students had to leave university in March to go back to their homes, they let everyone who wanted off contract, or if they had to stay in halls, they got an 80% reduction, which at the time, as it was the last rent, the deposit they paid earlier went off. So my mates ended up paying £20 to stay in halls from March to start of July, which is quite remarkable. But yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so just to add, yeah, we do have 3 different types of accommodation blocks. So we have Brook Street, which is the one Marilis mentioned. It is the cheapest. It is the most sociable. It's what students mostly go for, so it's a pretty popular option. And at Brook Street, there are a couple of different options where you can have room only or the option of a suite. In the case you go for the option where you are sharing a bathroom, you know, it might seem a bit like not something you would want to do, but actually it's not too bad, right, Marilis?
No, it's really not. There are 2 separate bathrooms actually, so like one of them is always going to be open even when someone else is having a shower in the other one, and it's really not that bad because that was something that put me off halls first time, because I didn't go straight to halls when I came to university. But yeah, actually it's really not a problem. You will just get used to it, used to it all. That's what I want to say. And yeah, all of your flatmates are likely to become your lifelong friends.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so we have Brook Street, Windsor House, Hewenden Park. So all of these options, they will be available on our website. And again, if you have any questions more around accommodation, let us know at the end. But our accommodation department have been just super generous, super understanding in this situation with the pandemic, reducing the costs. No deposit is necessary, flexible, so you can be released from the contract in case you needed to go home, if there was an emergency. Now, in light of COVID, for students who have come to us and have had to quarantine, we've prepared little packs of food and instructions on how to order food online from supermarkets, how to arrange delivery contact free and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of provision in place to support our students at the accommodation as well.
I would also add to that students who did stay now over the last lockdown, so from December, university started providing them food for the whole flat, so they can have like a flat night get together. So students got free pizzas, they got free just self-care packages as well, just to really feel good and not to feel like they are alone.
Yeah, thank you. And then moving on, Marilis, you take over. This is you now.
Okay, so we have an amazing students' union, and they are just wonderful. Could I have in the next slide, Nikki? So as you can see from here, they offer a range of free activities as part of the big deal. And when I say free, they are actually free. There are no extra costs to anything whatsoever. Only thing in the student union that you really have to pay for is when you're doing sports and you need to buy, for example, your own socks for your own football socks, or you need to buy, or when you're out with your mates and you decide you want to have a drink, then obviously you have to pay for the drink at the bar, but nothing else. No one will ask any money from you. So they offer free societies, free sports, which are an amazing opportunity to find friends quickly as soon as you enter uni. I personally am the secretary of women's hockey, so I know exactly how you will be welcomed in the club, what goes on in the sports club, what are the activities. Sports clubs also compete in the Bucks series, so you go to compete with other universities across the UK, which is again a good way to actually see around the country and to meet other people. And also would like to mention that there are minibuses by the student union provided for this if you have to travel further, meaning that no travel costs will come from that as well. Free recreational activities would be, for example, singing lessons or time management classes, guitar lessons, cocktail mixing, basically whatever you can imagine. And you can see all of them from the Bucks Students' Union website, which is a good little site to do when you're choosing the university, just to see what's really happening. And they have the little what's on page on it, where you can see all of the free events that are still running virtually because the pandemic at the moment. But otherwise, yeah, Student Union, they have so many events. And as mentioned, with time management skills, time management classes, there are additional skill classes where you can literally learn how to do something new, and it is all for free. And what else would I like to add? With additional skills, it's not just, it's also, for example, British Sign Language courses, which is something not many student unions are providing. So there are many, many ways how to engage with the university, find friends at the start. So you do not feel alone. It would help you to settle in a little bit better to the university life. And the last point is student reps. So I'm a student rep for criminology and law as well. And we actually get paid for the work that we do, which is, again, not a case for many universities.
Thank you, Marilis. You mentioned two things I thought was really cool. You said, anything you can imagine, it's most likely that we'll have something in place. And if we don't have a society that you are looking for, you can establish it yourself. You will need 10 people in total to be joining with you as well, and you can make that society happen, basically. And that's just a cool activity, a little something for you to put on your CV as well. And also, just in terms of meeting friends, I think especially for international students coming from abroad, they are starting, from scratch. They are making new friends, and the societies is a very good way of finding just like-minded people. If you wanted to join, I don't know, we have like a Harry Potter society. So of course you'll be meeting people who also like it. And yeah, just kind of go from there, really. The sports, we do have sports competitively, right? But we also have it just for fun, people who don't want to take it too seriously. Yeah, but there's a whole bunch always going on. And I wanted to ask you, how has it been now, where people aren't able to meet up? What's been happening virtually?
So there are many events and still recreational activities, additional skills happening virtually, and also the societies and sports clubs are still running the socials. They're just doing it through Zoom. So it's not like anyone has lost contact with anyone, or that university does not care how you feel, but you have so many opportunities still to connect with people, to meet new people. It's just going to be over Zoom instead of face-to-face.
Thank you, Marilis. The next slide I will also leave to you.
Mm-hmm. So the Students' Union provides many opportunities for volunteering. For example, there was a Brighton beach clean just this year, a few months ago, where all the students were taken down to Brighton to clean for a little bit and clean the beach for a little bit, and then they had the whole day to spend in Brighton, with the free transfer providing them to go there and back. This is just one of the many volunteering opportunities. Raise and Give is a fundraiser from our university to our community. Raise and Give has different organizations to support each year. I'm not quite sure which they are this year. However, I know that there was a special society also made for this, and they are running little events for fundraising, and overall fundraising is quite a big thing in the university, and all societies and sports clubs take part of it as well. The Advice Centre is able to help you with literally everything you can imagine. They will help you financially, they will help you with academic support, they will help you with counselling. If you need mental health support, they have professionals in place to talk to you, to help you. And again, it's all free for the students. Student newspaper goes around once a month so clubs can promote themselves, or you can just read what's been happening. It's a good way for people who are studying journalism, or they just want to write articles. Like, you do not have to do a course with journalism to write in the newspaper. Anyone can do it. So if you just want to practice that skill, go for it. so student radio station running with shows. So if that's something you're interested in, you can have your own show. You can take part in someone's show, and they are always really, really open to new ideas. Student job shop is something we talked about earlier as well. It is basically, as I said, with they help you with your CVs, they help you find volunteering, they help you find a job, just everything. When you come to the university, you will always have someone to help you. For the first 2 weeks, I believe, there are people in orange jackets called fresher helpers who you can just go up to and ask any question. They will take you to the class so you won't get lost. And just to have a chat with, they will always be there for you. And also once a month, Union Council runs, which is a big meeting between the students and the student union staff to really talk about what has been going on, what campaigns to go forward with, if there are any issues in the university, and they will just try to find everything. They will just try to find solution for everything.
Thank you, Marilis. I thought I had something to add, but I think that's everything. I was going to say, Marilis mentioned about the advice center and how, you know, they also support with financial advice, financial support. So this year, for example, we've had the Bucks Emergency Fund in place, you know, for students who, you know, have potentially stopped working or whatever the case might be. There are things in place to, you know, make sure you are being looked after and you're not struggling in any shape or form. So that's really, really cool. And, you know, these resources are there for students to use. So, you know, when you do come over, make sure you are informed of what there is in place and go and use these facilities, because they're there to help you, and you know it will help maximize your experience for you to make most of it. So yeah, this is why we do this, just to inform you guys of what is in place and to make sure you are using it, because it is helpful, it is supportive, and so on.
And at the end, the student union will be your best experience in the university. One thing is the academic studies, but you've been doing that your whole life. But just the social part and what is actually there for you, the resources that are there for you, are just going to leave a long-lasting experience, really.
Thank you, Marilis. And that concludes our session today. So I've opened up a Q&A session. If you guys have any questions, I believe we have another 10 minutes. Raris will confirm. But yeah, we'll be here.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for your presentation. Super informing, super inspiring, and actually covered a lot of stuff. So congrats. I'd like to invite now everybody in the session, because I know there are a couple of people. If they have any questions, put them down in the questions and answer box. And well, if you have any, we'll be waiting for a couple of minutes to see if anything comes in. If not, then this will conclude the presentation. Otherwise, we still have around 10 minutes for the Q&A session. If you want to view this presentation once more, you will be able to do so, as it will be saved and you'll be able to access it and view it again. Let's give it a couple of minutes for questions if anybody has any. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Raris.
Thank you.
I don't want to close the meeting too soon, because we had another presentation earlier, and then there was a question that came in, just like 30 seconds after we closed the meeting. So I really want to take our time now and see if anything comes through in order to
Absolutely,
give a chance
that's
to everyone.
fine.
Yeah. Alrighty. So I haven't received any questions. There was one during the presentation, but you were covering that subject, so I've never submitted it further. Thank you so much for your presentation and for your time.
Pleasure.
And yeah, thank you. That's it.
Thank you,
Alex, let's go offline.
Thank you.
Welcome. I hope you are all doing really well. My name is Lydia Chalaram, and I am a fourth-year student studying at the Hotel Management School of Maastricht, and I am the student ambassador there. And I'm here to present to you just a small, an idea of what our school entails. So today we will be, just showing you, giving you a small academic challenge, teaching you a little bit about the financial side of our school. So there will be a link that you will have to go to. So it's called Nearpod. You can just go there. You will receive a link and a code, and over there you will be able to get the presentation. And from there, you will also get a couple of questions that you can answer. All right, so for module 1, I hope you guys can see the presentation. So for module 1, this is the first semester of the hotel school. You'll already be doing the financial management. So over here, you'll be, dealing with numbers and it's more theoretical. And during this period, you will also have your practical side. So you will have to input your financial knowledge into your practicals as well. So this is where you can put your theory to reality. And over the course of the years, your second, third, and fourth year, you will be digging more into the financial aspects. You will receive projects where you'll have to do financial analysis. So based on this, you can work further on this more. So what we will be talking a little bit about today, I'll just tell you a little bit about us, about myself as well, preview of what financial management entails, pricing strategies, what Uzali is, and of course there will be just a short quiz in the very end. All right. So a little bit about myself. My name is Lydia and I come from Dubai. I am 23 years old and I moved here about 3.5 years ago. I came here to pursue my studies in hotel management. And then I had my internship as well. I decided to do it in Amsterdam and I did it at Hyatt Regency. At Hyatt Andaz. I wanted to get just some Dutch experience, the Dutch culture. And right now I'm currently doing my management internship, also in Amsterdam, of course, because of COVID, but I'm really happy about it. And I will be working at Hilton Hotel in the corporate sector. So that's a little bit about myself. And I've been staying here for 3.5 years. I've been at the hotel school, and I can tell you that there is a financial aspect in almost every project that you will do. You will be working in small groups and you will be able to receive real life projects from hotels. And from this, you will be able to get some financial aspects. You will have to make analysis, a forecast. So this really teaches you what hotel entails. So sometimes it's not only a hotel, but even of restaurants. So on the purchasing side, lodging, supplying, purchasing, and everything. So there's a lot to do when it comes to financial management. However, you will have classes and coaches to guide you through everything. So today we'll be teaching you a little bit about what pricing strategies we have and what an Uzali is. And in the end, I will ask just small, super easy questions. You do have access to answer them, and we'll see how that goes. It's not going to be tough. All right, so there are 3 when it comes to pricing strategies. So today what we're gonna discuss is how to price your room. So there are many different factors on how we as future managers can put a price on our rooms. There are 3 different ways of pricing strategies. There's cost-based pricing, there's competitive pricing, and there's value-based pricing. So we will dive into these 3 pricing strategies and see what they entail and how, for example, if you had a hotel, how are you going to price your product? So cost-based pricing, pretty simple. Cost-based pricing, another word is, those budget pricing. It just basically means that the price is decided based on the cost of the hotel, of the operational side and management, and with a little extra percentage, and that will be your profit. So for example, that's going to be how much you charge for your room. So for example, if a hotel has 10 rooms and their total cost is 500 euros, so you would divide it, that means it's 50 per room. That's your cost. So for example, housekeeping, the amenities, management aspect of it, just the cost of that room is 50 euros. And then you want to make, let's say, a profit percentage of just 10%. So you will take 10% of 50 euros, which is just an additional 5 euros. So basically, you will sell your room for 55 euros and the profit that you will make is 5 euros. So it's not really that much. But in this case, you might wonder why people might do this, but it's also to get a lot of people. And I guess their aim is just not to, it's not to have a lot of value, but just to keep profit. And if they're really fortunate with low cost as well, and they can't compete with other companies as well. But it's also to attract a lot of young people. So for example, people like us, a really good example for this, for these budget companies, you might know, is Ryanair. So they're really, really cheap. And that's something that most of us use. So these are cost-based companies, which attract a lot of young people and people who are on a budget. Then we move to value-based pricing. So value-based pricing, this is when the customer sees value in the product, and which is why they are willing to pay more for it. So it's not only for the service that's provided, but it's really the value. So it's about the company, and it's about, what is really behind it. So it's basically how companies set their price on the things that they offer, their brand. For example, if you would go to Hilton, for example, people would pay for Hilton not just for a room, but for the name itself, so this is more value-based pricing, and this method also focuses on the buyer's perception of value and of course on demand as well. An example of value-based pricing is Apple products. Their costs are high, but they're not as high. So people are willing to pay for them a lot more. Why? Because of the value, because of the brand name. So it's really brand name that puts a lot of effect into this. Another example of value-based pricing. So this is Hyatt, Park Hyatt in New York. So it's in Midtown Manhattan, very central. It's 1 block away from Central Park, which is a very, very famous park in New York. And Park Hyatt is a very sophisticated and high-class services, and the experiences that they offer is truly in the luxury segment. So in this case, of course, with what they offer, if you would check how much their room would be per night, it's 7,892. And their cost is, I'm pretty sure, not that much, but it's really the luxury. So it's even the location that plays a big role in how much you set for your room. So there's a lot of factors that play into value. So it's your brand name, it's your location, it's the services that you offer, it's the brands, even the amenities that you use within the room. It says a lot. So this is mainly value-based pricing. And then competitive-based pricing. So this is a pricing strategies in which competitors' prices are taken into consideration when setting the price. So they don't really set the price themselves, but looking at other companies, let's see how much we're going to charge ourselves. So there are 4 different competitive pricing strategies. and how to set your price. There are 4 different ways of doing it. We will dive into them a bit deeper. So usually when they have these competitors, they're usually the same type of products, the same type of services that they offer. So for example, skimming. With skimming, it's usually the organization or the company that outranks its entire competition, its entire competitive set. So if you would see the blue star, the blue diamond shaped, that's their competitive set. However, the star above is the price that they set. And they believe that they are higher, or they are, worth more compared to the competitive set. And this is how they enter the market. However, over time, they can fall down, and they fall down very quickly. So for a good example of this is technological companies. So companies like Apple or Samsung, or even Sony, PlayStation, once they enter the market, they believe that they're way higher than the competitive set, and they set their prices way higher, and people will buy them. But then over time, they deteriorate, and then the price goes down and stays within that competitive set. And then we go to penetration. So this is when companies actually set a lower price for the same product, comparing to its competitive set. And this is usually used where companies are new in the market, or in that specific product or service. So this is just really a way for them to really trying to dig deeper into the competitive market. And then we have hidden. So hidden pricing strategy is not really, the ideal ways. As you can see, the star is in the center. It might look right, but this is not really the best way to enter a market. And why? It's because this means that a company has no goal. And when they are introducing a new product into the market, they are just looking at only at their competitors and setting the price there, which is not what you should do. You should see what value you have. You should have some kind of strategy, and entering just literally in the middle of them all, you don't really stand out there. So hidden is not really recommended, and just shows that they have a lack of vision, and they just simply follow their competitors. And then we have matching. Matching, it sets the same price as your competitors. However, you can see that the competitor set is smaller. So then you would be able to stand out, and you are more on a higher level. And this allows you to follow them, while attracting higher spending guests by creating more value. So companies like this would have a big market. So kind of like detergents or soaps or anything like these really big companies that have that they can just be in the middle, but they would still have a lot of customers and they would still spend. So it's fine. You never have enough of these kind of companies. So these are the different types of competitive pricing. So this is just a small overview that cost-based pricing is basically budget, so to say, like Ryanair, when you are creating making your price, setting your price just based on your cost. The other one is value-based pricing. So you don't really look at your cost, but you really want to make a lot of profit and have value on the product or service that you sell to your customers. So it could be brand image, it could be location, it could be services, it could be, it could absolutely be anything, So even a really famous guest that comes to your room, you can use that as a sales point. So value-based pricing, you can say that you can use a unique selling point. So what is unique about your hotel? Try to use that as a selling point. So for example, even if it's a very old building, you have a lot of that in Amsterdam, that a lot of these hotels here are quite old. So in this case, they would use that opportunity and try to make a story out of it, and try to sell this to people through a story, through an experience. And then we have competitive pricing, and within this we have skimming again, which is again charging higher than the market once you enter, and penetration is when you are charging low compared to your competitive set and trying to really penetrate into the market. And over time, you will increase. And then hidden, obviously not recommended, but you just have no clear vision. You're just, put in the center, just look at your competitors and be in the middle. And matching is when you have a smaller competitive segment and you are in the middle, however, you do have a larger and wider customer segment. Then we move on to the UZALI. So UZALI is a uniform system of accounts for the lodging industry. So this basically is a financial statement. This provides the operating statements that are formatted to provide hotel owners, the managers, and other interested parties or stakeholders with information and data that is important for them. So these include just a lot of numbers and figures that they need to know. This basically tells them how the hotel is doing. And this is obviously a very vital, important thing. And you will already be doing this in module 1. Honestly, you might think this is confusing, but it's really not that confusing. I will show you step by step and you're going to be able to do it. It's super, super easy. So let's dive in deeper. The first section is revenue. So within revenue, let's say you have a hotel, you can make money through rooms, F&B, food and beverage, wellness, spa. And then you have your sales, that's how much revenue you generated. And then you have cost of sales. So cost of sales, you mainly have it for F&B, and that's like, what are the costs to create this product? And then the payroll as well, of course, you have to think about that in other. So this is the total income. And what we do here is the sales that is subtracted by the cost of sales, the payroll, and other, because all of these three things are costs. So you subtract them by the sales, add them all together, and that's how you get 3,000 euros. So these are the revenue over here, and then these are the costs, and then you minus them, and that will be your final result. So that's on top, and then we go down, and then we have your indirect costs. So your indirect cost is basically costs that are not, it's in the word itself, it's not directly linked to the sales. So it does not have a direct impact. So for example, if you would spend more on social media, for example, to promote your hotel room, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will get more guests, so it's like indirectly. It could be, seasonal. So it has a lot of factors to it. Utilities as well. This is really something that's, sort of fixed over time. It's a mixed cost, but this really depends on how you use it. Just because you are using a lot of utilities doesn't mean that you're selling more rooms, not necessarily. So that's why it's under indirect costs. So both the payroll and the other are costs. Then you subtract them with 3,000 above from your revenue, and then you will reach down to 1,400. So this is your gross operating profit. So this is the amount of profit that you had with the indirect costs and the cost of sales. And then we will move into the fixed charges. So the fixed charges are basically fixed throughout months, sometimes throughout years. For example, that's depreciation, insurance, and interest. So these costs, whether you sell 50 rooms, whether you sell 10 rooms, these costs will stay the same. However, the indirect costs will change a little bit, and the costs above that will change a lot because they're directly linked to the amount of rooms that you sell. So in this case, it's 600 euros. And then when you subtract it, you will get your income before taxes, which is 800 euros. And then you have your taxes, and that is 120 euros. And then your net income after tax is 680 euros. Yeah, and then that will be your net income after tax. And that is also a really important factor to look at when you are, yeah, overall looking at what the Uzalian takes, and also shows you how your hotel is doing. So it's a really important factors, for example, for owners, because owners, they only want to make profit. They're really, really focused on profit. However, the managers, they're really focused on costs. They want to reduce costs as much. They're also focusing on the balance, you know, of costs, of the indirect costs, the fixed charges. So they want to make sure that also about the employees, also that everyone's happy. But with owners, yeah, they are not really involved in within the company, so they just really want to make that money. So that's also a different thing about different stakeholders, which also you will be learning about during your first and second year of the hotel school. Yeah, so that's your overall revenue section. That's how much money comes in, which is 3,000 euros in this case. And then the GOI is the money that's going out. The indirect costs, which is 1,600. And then we have the total gross operating profit is 1,400. And then we move on to the fixed charges, which again stays fixed, as I mentioned earlier, throughout the years or months. It depends per company, but they're always just fixed. And these basically, whether you sell more rooms, you sell less rooms, they stay the same. Yeah, and then you have your cost for that, and you subtract it with the 1,400, which is 800, and then you will have your taxes, which is 1,200, and then you subtract them, and that will be your net income after taxes. Yes. Yeah, so this is just a small idea about what this entails, about what you will be doing during your financial management at our hotel school. During your practicals, you will also be doing this. However, you will be doing it as a group, so don't worry about it. You will have classes, you will be coached, so yeah, no stress about that. If you have any questions, please feel free to join and to ask any questions. If you have anything, please feel free to ask right away. As you keep going further, hope you guys paid attention. There will be just a super short quiz. I see. Yeah, just to match each company to the pricing strategy used. Let's see how you guys have made it. So cost-based pricing would basically go to Flixbus, if you guys might know it. It's also a very low budget company. For example, I took it one day and it took me 15 euros just to go to Paris. So it's extremely cheap. And then value-based pricing would be Starbucks. Why? Because of the brand name. It has a lot of value in the brand name. So compared to any other, cafes, Starbucks really stands out, and they stay high. So for them, it is mainly value-based pricing. And skimming-based pricing is, of course, Apple, because it also can be value-based pricing, but I just did it here because I want you guys to understand that it can also be skimming, because the way they enter the market is very high and then it goes down. All right. Yeah. And then we have some quizzes, if you guys might have them. Yeah, and these are just some interesting quizzes. Work around it. Which one is, not in the competitive set? it. Not sure if you guys have answered it, but nonetheless, I will give you guys a short answer. Yeah, so in this case, which is not a competitive pricing strategy, of course, is lowering. The pricing strategies is skimming, matching, hidden, and penetration is the other one. And then we have a hotel uses the cost-based pricing to decide its room price. The cost of each room is 150 euros and the profit percentage is 10%. So what is the room rate here? So you just basically take, this is cost-based pricing. So you basically take 10%. This means that the company wants to just make 10% of profit. So they would take 10% of 150 euros, which is 15. And then you do 150 plus 15, so that's 165. So the correct answer is B. And then we have, which is the GOI operating in this case, which will be, yeah, y'all can do the math. So in this case, it is the cost of sales plus the payroll plus the other expenses, because all of these are costs. You and then you subtract that with the revenues, and that would, yeah, come up to, I believe, 2,350. And then we have, yeah, a hotel decided to run a promotional campaign and cost 200 euros to advertise their new menu for the restaurant. Where would the 200 euros be recorded under? Compared to all the answers, maybe some of you might think it's cost of sales, but it's not, because this is not directly linked to having more customers. So just because you, yeah, had a promotional campaign doesn't mean that you will get more customers. It is likely, but it doesn't mean. And that means whether you do little promotion or high promotion, it really varies between the customers that you might get. So that's why it's in the indirect. This will be, that one will be in the direct cost, whether if it changes straight in line, but then this would be an indirect cost. So it will fall under sales and marketing. Also promotional campaign will fall under marketing. And yes, perfect. Really nice that you guys got it. Super nice. So if you have any questions, yeah, please feel free to let us know. My name is Lydia. You can go to our hotel school website and you'll find a small chat box on Unibuddy, and we will be here on our booth the entire time. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask away. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lydia, for joining us. Alex,
welcome everyone. Thank you for being here today to participate in this presentation. My name is Ioana Savu and I'm an international account manager at Hotel School The Hague and also an alumni of the university. I've graduated in 2018. Where to begin? To tell you more about Hotel School The Hague. Hotel School The Hague was founded in 1929, being the oldest hotel school in the Netherlands and the second oldest in the world after Lausanne University in Switzerland. It has been originally been founded by the hospitality industry for the hospitality industry. It's been founded by, as you can see in the top corner picture, that is the first generation of hotel school graduates. It has been founded by the owners of restaurants and hotel chains in the country for their sons to get a proper education within the industry. As the name implies, Hotel School The Hague has one campus in The Hague, the first one. And also we have a campus in Amsterdam that was founded in 2002. So a newer campus. The bachelor program that we offer, it is the exact same in both locations. The only difference being obviously the city that the campuses are located in. Another difference would be also this hotel experience, which I'm going to unpack a little bit on later. But this hotel experience differs a little bit from one campus to the other. Our first year students do live on the campuses of our universities, as it is a requirement, and this is why we call it Scotel. We call it the community that we build around studying together, living together under the same roof in the first year, where you will be sharing your experience with more than over 50 different nationalities, giving it an opportunity to communicate and build a network, even from the beginning of your university years. What we offer, so we offer only one bachelor degree, which is a Bachelor of Arts in Hospitality and Business Management, which has been top rated for the past 8 years as the #1 hospitality degree in the Netherlands. And this year, we are proud to announce that we have been ranked top 5 in the world. So we are really proud of the name that we get, and this is due to the education that we provide and obviously the future for our students. Some of the characteristics that define Hotel School The Hague are the fact that we are a hospitality business school. So we do have a focus on business administration within the context of hospitality as an industry. So after your 4 years of studying at Hotel School The Hague, you will find that the opportunities are wider than beyond the hospitality industry in itself. We offer courses that follow through, such as finance, economics, human resources, marketing, but I will elaborate a little bit more when we get to the curriculum that we offer. Another fact is the fact that we are international. We have over 75 nationalities. Normally on a yearly basis, it would be 50, but they change. So in total, it would be up to 75 nationalities. So we are really proud of the fact that we foster such an international community. Also, one of the things that characterizes us is the fact that we offer a small education. This meaning that on a current basis, in the 4 years that we have in our degree, we have around 2,700 students. So per year, it would be around 300 per different stream. So this allows us to have a smaller scale education in the sense that we offer classes for 25 to 30 students, which is a more an approach to help the students interact better with the teachers, have a closer connection, and really get to know each other more and their lecturers and students to teachers to a more personal level. So we are a hospitality business school, but we are a University of Applied Sciences. What that means within the Netherlands is that we combine practical education with academic education. And the practical part makes us an applied science university. So we do combine 80% of our education is academic, and then the 20% is practical. will be elaborated as well a little bit further on in the curriculum here, actually. So in the bachelor program, you have 4 years that are divided in 3 phases. So as we discussed before, in the first year, as you would come to Hotel School The Hague, you can start in either August or February. We have 2 starting streams, and they both follow the same curriculum and the same classes. It's just that we decided to divide our streams in 2. So you can either start, for example, on the August 2021 intake or in the February 2022 intake. The application would be the same, the classes would be the same, the experience would be the same. It's just that it's easier to divide students like this. So in the first year, it's the most exciting experience because when you arrive on your campus of choice, so either Amsterdam or The Hague, you are hosted there and you will be sharing your room. In Amsterdam, you will be sharing a room with a different student. As an international would be a Dutch student and the other way around. And in The Hague, being a difference in campus, like I've said earlier, you will be sharing a house with 5 to 6 other students. So this is a lot of responsibility. You are in charge of taking care of the house that you live in or the room that you live in, doing cleaning checks and other things to prep you and help you in this experience. Also, one of the important parts that we have in our first year, it is the practical education. So within the 40 weeks of courses that we have in a year, you will have 10 weeks, which are practical education. What does this mean? Within our campuses, we are housing as well 20 hotel rooms that our students take care of. So there are hotel rooms, each one of them belongs to a really big hotel chain, a Novotel, a Hilton, Intercontinental, and we have the actual rooms, we have a reception, we have a restaurant for our guests, outside guests to have breakfast or dinner, we have a cafe. So as a student within your first and second year, within your first year, you will take care of our guests. You will be working in these outlets. You will have 10 weeks, and in each week you will rotate within every outlet. You will learn a little bit about the kitchen and basic skills in the kitchen. You will learn to chop and to cook for a week or 2, then you will rotate and move into reception. So you will learn how to check in a guest, how to have the dialogue with it, how to really make them feel welcome and at the heart of hospitality. And rotating through these outlets, you will also learn more about management skills and what type of manager you would desire to be one day. Obviously, this is only one part of your first year education, is 10 weeks out of the 40. But this will also be backed up with theoretical knowledge about the operations that happen within the hospitality industry and how we can do them correctly. This is part of your first year. And on top of that, we do want to give you a foundation of the hospitality, of the business world within the hospitality context. So within the first year, you will have classes surrounded around the fundamentals of marketing, the fundamentals of finance and accounting, the fundamentals of HR and data analysis. So this is your first year wrapped in one, let's say. After the first year, you will have to check out of the campus of this hotel, of the room that you share with your colleague or the house. And at the end of first year, the beginning of the second year, actually, you will go on your first practical placement. Hotel School offers 2 practical placements, one, this one, a 6 months placement after the first year, and one at the end of your 3rd year. So I will tell you a little bit more about the practical placement later on, but know that this is an important part of the education that most of our students value. So after the 6 months placement, you will be back at school, continue your courses where we will go more in depth into the business aspects of it. Finally, moving on to your minors or your pre-master, and then finishing up your academic courses, you will start LICAR, which stands for Launching Your Career. And this is also integrated with your final management internship. So talking about the 2 internships, which are one of the most exciting perks. The first one, as I've said, is at the end of after the end of your first year, and it's a 6 months internship, and it is an operational internship. So we will send you to a hotel, a 4 or 5 star hotel, anywhere in the world where you would like to go. We have a designated placement office. We have a designated placement office department, which will help you choose your perfect destination. Would you like to go to the Caribbean, to tan for 6 weeks, and also for 6 months, but also work? Would you like to go to London to discover the city? Would you like to go to Asia to discover a new culture? Anything that you want to do, we can do it together. We can help you choose the internship that you want. It will be in an operational department of a hotel, so either the food and beverage department, or the housekeeping, or events, or even kitchen if you feel like you have a passion towards gastronomy, let's say. But do keep in mind that these internships are a great learning experience. We want you to go through this to learn what it's like to be in the position of the people that later on, when you finish university, you could manage. So it is not an unpaid internship. All these internships either will give you a really good salary or an accommodation, or also including meals. So we don't want to provide free labor for the industry. We want you to gain as much as you can from the industry and bring it back to you to school when you come back the second year around. So this is an exciting opportunity. For example, I did mine in London at the Savoy, which is a 5-star property, the first luxury hotel in sales and events. And it was an experience that taught me more than I could in 6 months. But then you get your second internship, which is very different from your first one. Your second internship, it is a management internship. And this, as I've mentioned before, happens at the end of your education. When you finish with all your classes, then you're ready to go to your last part of hotel school, which is your last internship. This one can be in any company. So it is a management internship that can be in a bank, in a marketing company, in a PR, or it could also be in a hotel as well, but it needs to be management. Anything that is related to hospitality. But nowadays, most companies have a customer-centric, or we call it guest, but it can also be customer-centric approach. So it's easy to find an internship in a company where you feel like you've grown interest in. For example, after your 3 years, you've decided that you don't really like pure hospitality and you would like to go within business, pure business, or consultancy, or human relations, learning and development. So you have the freedom to choose your last internship as well, from a much larger pool. These are some of the companies that that our students go on internships in, as you can see, from CBRE, which is a real estate company, to Booking.com, which is an OTA adjacent to the hospitality industry, to even retail companies like Louis Vuitton or Heineken, for example. So the opportunities for you to grow are endless. Also, what we see most often is that our students, after their last internship, because after your internship, the only step left is to write your thesis based on it and then hand it in and graduate. So you don't have to go back to school for classes. So what we often see is that the employer offers the students the opportunity to stay as a full-time job after they finish their internship. So this is great for really launching your career and staying in the field of your choice. And the bonus part is that you will finish a 4-year degree with already 1 year of experience added to your CV, which is definitely a big bonus for later on when you are researching for the field that you want to be in. Talking about the alumni, what do you do after you finish hotel school? Well, funny enough, our research shows that 1 in 3 alumni start their own company. So they just get into entrepreneurship. And this is because hotel school gives you the soft skills and the hard skills to become a leader, to become a good manager, to be able to work in any industry you want, to be able to also make your own business plan, do your own market research, find out, you will have the knowledge even to hire people and train them. So the courses that we teach are so wide. They are applied in the hospitality context, but they are wide enough for you to be able to apply them in any field you choose. Also, we have a third that remain within the operations of the hospitality industry, but the rest move on to sales, business development, resources. As you can see, this is a map, and it's from 2 years ago, so it's not even updated. It grew even more of where alumni are around the world. This is a big asset for our university as well, because we have a big network of alumni in different businesses that you will have access to as a student in hotel school. Everywhere since 1929, imagine there have been a lot of graduates ever since. So you can always be connected with a hotel school alumni in the world that will know and trust the education and background that you come from as well. So this leads on to even more job opportunities. Our statistics are that 96% of our graduates find a job within the 6 months of graduation. So I'm not saying it guarantees you a great job, but it kind of does. Also, one of the selling points of our university are the campuses and cities that they are in. Amsterdam and The Hague, they are both different yet very vibrant cities, and you will have endless opportunities of networking, of having fun, of having different activities. Our Amsterdam campus is already a modern one, but our The Hague campus is actually this year has been undergoing a really big renovation project. So as of August 2021, when you can also start with us, we will have a brand new innovative campus focused on sustainability and innovation, because these are some of the values that we also promote in our university. Moving on to application, investment, and selection, I would like to tell you a little bit more about the costs of our education, obviously. So as I've mentioned before, you will be living on campus on your first year. Hence, this is why the tuition for the first year includes the housing of your experience, so the Scotel experience, and also half board. So you will be paying 10,150 or 10,000. These prices can change up to 100 to 100 euros, just to let you know. But you will pay 2,150 euros for your first year of your education, including your housing. And for the rest of your years, for your second, third, and fourth year, you will be paying 3,400 euros. So you can also pay this in installments. It doesn't have to be a one-time fee. So you also have this opportunity. The reason why our education is so low is because we are not a for-profit university. So the Dutch government does help us in financing your education. So we can keep it as low as this for you to come and join us. Obviously, there are also opportunities to find grants, governmental grants. And if you would like to access, if you'd like to know more about that, you can access the duo.nl link that you can find below. And you can find out more about how you can get more grants and financing from the government for your education if you do need that. Now, more on how to apply. So our application procedure is a two-step application. First, you will need to go onto StudyLink. StudyLink is the Dutch platform for applying. Here you submit all your documents in. all their documents, all your information in, so your name, your passport, and after that, you will get sent a link for your logins for the Osiris platform. Osiris is the platform that we use throughout a school and also for application. Here, the document that you will need to submit, your admission requirements, would be your grades, so a grade sheet of what you have, your CV, it can be a Europass standard CV, a motivation letter, and a reference letter or recommendation letter. One of the most important documents out of this is your motivation letter. In your motivation letter, we want to know why you want to apply to hotel school. Is it because it's number 5 in the world? Is it because you are excited about our curriculum and the opportunity of growing within the hospitality and business administration field? Is it because you are excited about these 2 internships that I've told you about and you can't wait to travel the world? So whatever it is, we want to know more about it. We want to know more about you, your family, your background, and the culture that you come from, because it's all really important for us. One thing that is mandatory is having an English certificate. You need to present an English certificate. It can be a IELTS, it can be the Cambridge ones. You can find the requirements further on our website about the grades that you need, but you do need an English certificate unless you are following an international diploma, which would be the IB, the A levels, anything that states that your education, your past 2 years of your education have been 80% in English. Then you do not need an English certificate. But if not, you do. As of for the admission of grades, we do not require any certain grades for different courses or an overall. We want you to pass your education. So have a pass, let's say, on a baccalaureate. And this is not us, this is the Dutch government. So it's a good opportunity for you to apply, even though you're not confident that the grades you have would be appropriate for other universities. And this is because the most important thing for us is selection day. So to tell you more about selection day is the one day that we organize, normally on campus or abroad, but given the current circumstances, we are still holding it online. Maybe towards the end of 2021, we will be able to come in person to see you. But on selection day, we are looking to see who you are and what your motivation is. So we will meet in person or online, and you will be with 2 selectors, where you will have to prepare a pitch for this selection day to tell us a little bit about yourself. Then you will have an interview with the selectors on questions based on your motivation for the industry, your motivation for the school, and why you want to be here, followed by a small role play assignment. You will be given information beforehand about, let's say, a business model that we have or a theory that we are teaching at the moment. And on the day of the interview, you will have a small role play with the assessors. Well, they will ask you questions about it, ask you to brainstorm about it, because we want to put you in an environment that is familiar to how we teach our courses, which is our lecturers and professors acting as the board of directors or the general managers, and you being a director of sales or director of marketing. So we want you to also be comfortable in such a situation, because you will encounter it a lot within our education. And prior to selection day, you will also get a few online tests, an English test, a numeric test, and a knowledge test. All very easy, all just a pass. They're not graded, you just need to pass them. So this is an extensive selection procedure, but as long as you are motivated for the school and you really show that, and we really see that we can see it in your attitude and in the fact that you're proactive, then your chances of getting accepted are high. But then again, you have to try to know. This is sorry, this is the slide of what to expect on selection day. So as I've mentioned before, the role play, the interview and the pitch, the English math test are all present in there. And they're all as equally important to us in order for us to determine if you are a perfect candidate to come join us in our hotel school community. In order to summarize it, what our selling points are. So we are the second oldest hotel school in the world, established since 1929, going strong and growing our network every day. We are international, bringing as much as 75 international nationalities on our campuses. We do have 100% English education. Everything will be in English. You don't need to know Dutch. And also the Netherlands is, if I'm not sure, the highest, if not in top 5, the highest in terms of index of English speakers. So everyone here speaks perfect English. So you don't need to worry about the fact that you won't know Dutch and that being a cultural factor. We are an excellent career preparation. As I've mentioned earlier, the opportunities for you to go further on in your career and to launch your career are endless. And we have staff and lecturers and alumni that can help you every step of the way. Our worldwide network. Also, we are the best price quality ratio hotel school university out there, and also for our ranking, obviously. And we have 2 beautiful modern campuses, one in The Hague, one in Amsterdam, both offering the same bachelor degree, both offering the same courses, the same education. It's even more than 50% the same teachers because they travel back and forth because this country's so small. So they can go back and forth from The Hague to Amsterdam to offer courses on both campuses. And one of the most successful USPs are 2 international placements, one in a hotel, one in a company, wherever in the world you want to go. This is why we kind of call it our passport to your future. There's a small video that I can play for you that maybe gives you more of a of a motivation to apply.
How do I see my future? I want to make the world a better place. I want to learn from it, give back, and contribute to something bigger than me. By following my dreams, I will grow, experience, and improve. I want to be proud of who I am and be respected for my compassion, my skills, my knowledge, and my strengths. This way, I can motivate and inspire others. When I push myself to reach my own limits, I know I will grow beyond my wildest imagination. I want to feel part of something bigger, part of a network of like-minded people, to share ideas and to learn from each other. I believe that you should be the change you want to see in the world. So how do I see my future? I know my future is bright.
I hope this video convinced you, if I didn't, to maybe apply to hotel school and see, also do more research and see if this education is the one for you. And if you would like to ask more questions after this session as well. And if you want to schedule a meeting with me, I've also put the QR code here that you can scan. So I'm always available to help you with your application, to help you with questions from a recruiter perspective, but also from a student perspective. Please do not hesitate to contact me. So this has been my presentation. Now I will see if there are any questions which I will gladly answer. Please do type them in if you have any questions for now. If not, as I've said before, you can just feel free to email me, feel free to schedule a meeting with me at any point, and I would be more than happy to tell you more about our curriculum, to tell you more about the experience.
Ioana, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your presentation, super comprehensive. We'll leave on the note that it will be recorded, and if anybody wants to have a look over it again, they're more than welcome to do so, and you will be able to find everyone at their booth, at the Hotel School The Hague booth. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation, and have an amazing day. Thank you.
Having me.
everybody, and warm welcome to this presentation with Linnaeus University. We are a modern international university in the Småland region of Sweden. With you here today, it's me. My name is Sofia Bugge, and I'm a communication officer that works with international student recruitment at Linnaeus University. I also have Paolo here with me. He's one of our Italian students that are studying network security, the bachelor program. If you want to reach me, you have my email here, but you can also reach me through www.lnu.se/en/chat, where you can chat with me if you have questions. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, I'm going to tell you some words about Sweden in general. I guess most of you have a clue, but I'll tell you a little bit more. And then I will tell you about Linnaeus University, and then some practical information in case you want to apply. And then if we have time at the end, we will have a Q&A. And feel free to ask questions in the chat during the presentation as well. And you can also ask questions to us on the platform as well, and we will answer them to you. And please ask questions in both English, Italian, or even Swedish if you can. So I'll start by showing you a short video about Linnaeus University. That was just a short video about Linnaeus University. I hope you could see it well. If not, you can find all our videos on our YouTube channel. So I would recommend checking that out. Also, if you want to know more about Linnaeus University, that's a good place to have a look. I'll start to tell you some brief facts about Sweden. We are quite a small country. We have a population of 10 million people, and the capital of Sweden is Stockholm. We are on the top 5 in the world in terms of innovation, safety, democracy and human rights, environmental friendly, and gender equality. We are quite entrepreneurial, and we have a lot of famous companies such as IKEA, H&M, Ericsson, Volvo, Spotify, and Skype. We also have a lot of famous musicians, ABBA, Avicii, Swedish House Mafia. Maybe you heard of some of them. If you compare to Italy, I think the climate can be pretty similar in some places at least. Something that is special about Sweden compared to some parts of the world is that we have 4 seasons. We have the autumn that is colorful, but can be a little bit windy and rainy. We have the winter where we can have temperatures down to -15 degrees Celsius, but most often just below 0. Right now, it's actually been snowing so much. So for the latest 24 hours, it came like 10 centimeters of snow at least. So it's really beautiful and white here right now. The spring is usually sunny and windy with temperatures around 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. And the summer can be quite warm and sunny with temperatures above 20 degrees. If you want to learn more about Sweden, I would recommend checking out this webpage. It's a great page if you want to know more about Sweden in general, about business, culture and traditions, nature, quick facts, society. So go in here and just have a look around. If you want to know more about specifics about study in Sweden, I would recommend this webpage, studyinSweden.se. Here you can find all the programs that you can apply to in Sweden. You can find more about planning your studies, about moving to Sweden, and you can read student blogs from students that are studying in Sweden right now. So that is all I'm going to say about Sweden in general, and then I'm going to talk more about Linnaeus University specifically. So I'll start by showing you a small video that shows a little bit about the environment. So, as it said in the video, Linnaeus University is one of Sweden's youngest universities. But we established in 2010 between a merger of Växjö University and Kalmar University, so two already existing universities. And that's actually why we have two campuses, one in Växjö and one in Kalmar. And the video said that we had 33,000 students, but actually now we have 44,000 because we have been increasing quite a lot in the number of applicants and therefore also in the number of students. And we have 2,000 employees, and this makes us the 6th largest university in Sweden in numbers of students. And we are also ranked on Shanghai ranking. Linnaeus University is a university where life and everything is possible. We offer a broad range of subjects within art and humanities, health and life science, social science, natural science, technology, business, and economics. So we have a broad range of programs. We have approximately 50 programs taught in English, most of them on master level, but also a couple on bachelor level. And we have 2,200 international active students on campus. So it's quite an international university in that way. So where are we located? Well, we are in Sweden and in the southern part of Sweden. So you can see on the map here to your right where we are located. So the easiest way to get here is actually to go to Copenhagen Airport and then take the train, which takes 2.5 hours to Växjö and 3.5 to Kalmar. And from here to Stockholm, it's 3 to 4 hours by train. As I mentioned before, we have two campuses, and I want to tell you a little bit more about them. We have Växjö campus, which is quite a special campus because it is a university-style campus. And that means that all students, or most students, they live on campus and they also have most of their daily activities on campus. On campus, there is all the university facilities you need, your lecture halls, the university library, but it's also restaurants and pubs and gyms and other kind of leisures that you might need. So you will have most of your friends within just 5 minutes walking distance. This is something that is really unique, and this is one of the few US-style campuses in Sweden. The campus in Växjö is located in the capital of county of Kronoberg that has 90,000 inhabitants. It is called the greenest city in Europe because it has a large focus on sustainable development. But it's also called the greenest city in Europe because it is surrounded by nature and greeneries. Because it is located in the heavily forested part of Småland, and that contributes to that the university has a large forestry and wood industry research. Our other campus, it's around 1 hour by train between the two different ones. It is Kalmar, the student city by the sea. It is located in the county of Kalmar with 70,000 inhabitants. And it is internationally prominent research carried out here in the natural sciences because it is nearby the Baltic Sea. And actually, we built brand new city integrated university facilities there now in 2019. So during the Christmas holidays, we actually moved into our new university library there that actually has an ocean view. So this is a medieval historical city surrounded by greeneries and ocean. So I'm going to show you one more video in my presentation, a little bit about student life as an international student on the two different campuses.
I gotta be honest, when I was coming to Dhaka, I was really stressed about this. I was afraid that I'm not gonna fit in.
Just move here without knowing anyone and just starting a new life here.
First few days was challenging, of course, because I came from a very hot country. But then after that period, it's super nice, and the Swedish summer, awesome. This is Nahian. I came from Bangladesh around 2 years ago, and I'm studying Innovation Masters. Living here on the campus, the best part is like there is always something to do. Maybe a fika, or maybe doing some sort of workshop, you know. And we have two different pubs, student pubs. We have a gym here. We have library, real nice library here. So everything is really good.
My name is Natalia Pavlova. I come from Russia, Moscow. I was born and raised there, and I just graduated from a master's degree. I was doing a double degree with my home university, and in Sweden I studied entrepreneurship business studies. What I loved about campus culture is not really common for Russia. We don't really have campuses, and which was cool is that once you're free, you can literally call your friends and be like, hey, I'm going to be over at your place and in like 15 minutes and we're going to watch a movie or do some other stuff, do a taco night or anything. Brunell's University is very international and you don't feel alone here. You're definitely going to find someone who is going to support you and become your friend throughout this whole amazing trip.
My name's Alice. I'm from China. I'm now studying the International Tourism Program. When I first moved here in Kalmar, I joined the Introduction Week or the Welcome Week with my student association, like Kalmar S. We have different activities. I get to know my classmates, also like more Swedish people. Here in Kalmar, the student is more involved into the city. Like, for example, if we go out, we're going to the city bars. We also meet people who work in the city. I would say I like the atmosphere that we get in touch with the city people to really know about the industry or know about the society.
It's really nice to actually be out somewhere calm because Moscow is really stressed. I can actually go out of my room and feel the nature, you know. You don't have time for that in Moscow. Here you do have time for that.
So that was the last video that I'm going to show you in this presentation. And as I said, please check out our YouTube page to find more videos about our campus and our university. So if we look at Linnaeus University in the world, we are quite an international university. We have roughly 730 incoming international students each year and 2,200 active international students on campus. We also have a lot of exchange students, about 290 going abroad every year. And we have more than 780 partner universities in more than 80 different countries. So if you decide to come and study your, for example, bachelor degree with us, you can also spend part of that bachelor degree abroad. So there's a lot of exchange possibilities for both doctoral students, researchers, teachers, administrative staff, and others, all the students. As I mentioned before, we have quite a broad range. We have bachelor programs in business and economics, design, computer science, IT, mathematics, and we have master programs in business economics, behavioral science, computer science, IT, cultural studies and social science, design and languages, mathematics, natural science, technology, and engineering. So we have quite a big variety of programs. And in Sweden, all the programs, or if you choose a program at a specific university, the layout will not be the same as a similar program at another university. So I would recommend you to go in and read up on the programs that you find interesting to see if it's something that is suitable for you. We also have a collaboration called The Bridge. It's a collaboration that we have together with IKEA. I hope that most of you know IKEA. It is one of the largest furniture companies in the whole world. And it is actually from near Växjö, and that is why we have such a close collaboration with them, because they have their main office close to us. So we have a multidisciplinary research and education collaboration about life and home and the conditions of production that we have together with IKEA. And it is something that we do together with the master program in innovation through business, engineering, and design. So if you're interested in a master in either business, engineering, or design, I would recommend checking out this program. It is one of our most popular programs, and the students that go there really enjoy it. And since we have close collaboration with IKEA, we can partake in foundations from the Kamprad Family Foundation. The Kamprad Family Foundation has more money than the Nobel Prize Foundation, and we can get some foundations from there that we can use for our research projects. So if you want to apply to Linnaeus University, if you are a citizen of EU, EEA, or Switzerland, which I guess most of you are since you are Italian students, you do not have to pay the application fee or the tuition fee for our programs. That means that you can actually study all our programs for free. You don't either have to apply for a residence permit since you are an EU citizen. So as long as you can document that you are an EU citizen, you can study and stay for free. However, you have to pay for your costs of living. And the cost of living in Sweden depends largely on your individual lifestyle. And down here, this is just an example of the costs per month. So 8,500 Swedish crowns, which is approximately 850 euros, is the monthly cost approximately. But I know that a lot of students also live for less. So it's a lot depending on your lifestyle. So why should you choose Linnaeus University? Well, as I mentioned before, we are ranked on Shanghai ranking. Linnaeus University is listed among the top 800 to 900 out of 18,000 universities in the world. That means that we can offer you high quality research and high quality education. We have an informal teaching style. We have a study environment that stimulates curiosity, creativity, and critical thinking. And you always have teachers and reaching staff within close reach. This means that if you as a student have questions regarding a book you're reading or what you're studying, you can always talk and discuss that with your teachers. And they are often very encouraging to critical thinking and reflecting upon what you're learning. We also have highly praised university environments. Linnaeus University was positioned as number 1 and 2 in terms of campus building, campus environment, and nice places to be in the International Student Barometer in 2014. Now, 2014 is a while ago, but since then, as I mentioned before, we have built brand new facilities in Kalmar. So the picture you see in the background now, that is our new library in Kalmar with an ocean view. We also offer you a high quality of life. Växjö is declared the greenest city in Europe, and Kalmar is a charming medieval tourist city located by the Baltic Sea. Whichever city you will live in, you will have close to nature, to the sea or to the ocean, or to the lakes, I mean, and you will not have to spend a lot of time commuting. Whichever city you choose to live in, you'll have biking distance to most of the things you need. We also have a large community of international students. We have a long tradition of internationalization, and we offer cultural insights from all over the world. So you will meet a lot of new people and learn a lot about different cultures. We also have active student life. We have buddy programs, friend-family projects, student unions, and student associations. So whatever your interests are, I'm sure you can find someone with similar interests to share that with. Creativity, innovation, sustainability, equality, and diversity are strong Swedish values, and likewise, that is strong values at Linnaeus University. So if we instead look at some practical information, how do you apply to a Swedish university? Well, in Sweden, all applications are done through universityadmission.se. And actually, the application deadline for international students that wants to study in the fall of 2021 was 15th of January. However, you can hand in a late application, and often that is fine. Since you are an EU citizen, you can also apply in the Swedish round, which is open between the 15th of March and the 15th of April. Paolo also told me before this presentation that in Italy you apply quite late compared to the Swedish system if you want to study. So just make sure to apply in time here, because you have to do the application already early in the spring if you want to study in the fall. However, if you are interested in applying, you can contact me and I will help you out. So either you can reach me through the chat or you can reach me through my email. So don't hesitate to reach out if you are interested in applying. Before I hand over to Paolo to tell you some words about how it is to be a student here, I just wanted to share some links. Firstly, there is our webpage, www.lnu.se, where you can find a lot of information about the different programs and courses. So I would definitely check that out. We also have an inspiration page, www.lnu.se/study. That's a good place if you want to learn more about student life and see a lot of nice pictures of our campus and our different cities and so on. If you want to chat either with students at the university or with me, you can go to lnu.se/en/chat. So there you can reach out if you have questions, both to students or to me. And if you want to reach us at the communication office, it's study@lnu.se. And as I said before, you apply on universityadmissions.se. We also have a Facebook account, a Twitter account, a YouTube, and an Instagram account if you're interested to looking into some of those and follow us on social media. So that was actually all I'm going to say. At this point, I'm going to hand over to Paolo, and he can tell you a little bit more about how it is to be a student here. And maybe he wants to do that in Italian.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, sono Paolo e vi voglio un po' raccontare di com'è l'esperienza qui, giusto per darvi un'idea più completa alla fine di quello che potete trovare su internet e sui siti che comunque sono molto precisi, vi danno tutte indicazioni tecniche e tutto quello che vi serve per prendere una decisione, tranne darvi dei fatti veri e propri su quello che accade qui intorno e su com'è la vita qui al campus, perché io sono nel campus di Baco, sto studiando Network Security, quindi in Computer Science, un bachelor, quindi una triennale, e in Italia ho fatto comunque un'università, una triennale in ingegneria e quindi ho anche un buon scusate, ho anche un buon rapporto, diciamo, di confronto. Qualsiasi domanda avete in mente, non esitate a farla nella apposita chat o anche dopo la presentazione ci potete trovare allo stand o anche in un link a parte se volete continuare a parlare anche dopo, diciamo, che è finita la presentazione. Ho scelto di venire qua perché mi trovavo non troppo bene in Italia, perché ho visto che comunque qui la situazione è molto ben organizzata, mi ero informato su com'è l'insegnamento E difatti l'insegnamento è molto organizzato, molto meno formale, più diretto, si riesce bene a parlare con i professori, si riesce a avere un rapporto completo e diretto per quanto riguarda domande, dubbi, spiegazioni, problemi. Ci sono addirittura canali apposta per parlare direttamente con i professori che rispondano in tempi davvero ridotti, si parla davvero di al massimo un'ora, non ho mai avuto una risposta più tardi di un'ora, insomma, a una domanda o a un problema che avevo. I ritmi sono ben diversi, perché ora magari siete tutti studenti di superiori e ancora non avete visto com'è la vita universitaria italiana, però nell'università italiana più o meno vi sarete informati, di solito si fanno dei periodi di lezione che di solito vanno da settembre fino a fine dicembre per il primo periodo, e poi ci sono i periodi di esame che sono di solito 2 mesetti tutti insieme dove tutti gli esami vengono compressi, poi si riparte con le lezioni e poi riparte un'altra sessione che è quella estiva. Qui invece è tutto diviso in modo un po' diverso, ci sono 2 semestri, ogni semestre è diviso in 2 periodi, e i 2 semestri vanno dal 1° settembre, solitamente o se no fino a agosto, dipende un attimo da come è distribuito il calendario, però quest'anno è iniziato per esempio il 31 agosto, e la scuola finisce, le lezioni finiscono il 6 giugno, se non sbaglio, quest'anno per esempio, giusto per darvi un'idea. Il punto è che non c'è una vera e propria pausa nel mezzo, anche se in realtà per esempio intorno a Natale non ci sono lezioni e tutti i corsi non sono completi, cioè non sono pieni di lezioni per tutto il periodo che durano. Solitamente ci sono tipo 10 lezioni circa, 1 o 2 a settimana, quindi tempo un mesetto, 2, uno ha già fatto tutte le lezioni di un corso e subito dopo c'è l'esame relativo a quel corso. Ogni periodo di solito ha in media 2 corsi, quindi non verranno più studiati più di 2 esami alla volta. A volte può essere anche solo 1, succede che ce ne siano 3, ma solitamente vengono messi insieme perché non sono molto pesanti. Che altro dire? Solitamente però anche durante le lezioni non sono lezioni passive come può essere in Italia, quindi tante lezioni di fila senza mai avere occasione di confrontarsi con i professori o mettere alla prova le proprie capacità fino all'esame, ma vengono dati degli assignment, quindi diciamo dei compiti a casa, come siamo abituati quasi a chiamarli, che vengono valutati, poi dipende dal professore e dal corso il tipo di valutazione, a volte è solo passare o bocciarlo e comunque ci sono tantissime occasioni per riprovarli. Però è un metodo di studio molto più attivo e continuo, e il che aiuta anche molto a tenere il passo con la materia o con le materie, nel caso di solito sono 2, così da arrivare all'esame preparati e riuscire a passare al primo tentativo. Io ora è il primo anno che sono iscritto, ho già fatto il primo semestre, quindi 4 esami, e non sono mai stato uno che studiava tanto in Italia e non sto studiando tantissimo qui, a dirvi la verità. Però insomma sto prendendo il massimo dei voti proprio perché c'è una costanza e non è il fatto di studiare tanto ma di studiare bene, e qui è molto premiato lo studiare bene. Che altro dire? Ora, a parte il Covid, il campus, la vita del campus, come ha descritto Sofia, è molto attiva. Quando sono arrivato ancora qui, per esempio, il Covid non aveva portato restrizioni, anche se in realtà in Svezia non vengono portate restrizioni, dato che c'è una legge che impedisce alla legge stessa di privare le libertà personali, quindi vengono dati quelli che loro chiamano consigli, come per esempio portare la mascherina, non raggrupparsi in più di un totale, in posti chiusi. Ovviamente ci si rifà molto al buon senso, però ci si sente anche molto più liberi, contando anche per il fatto che di loro non hanno una società molto che si aggrega molto, diciamo. Quindi anche per esempio prendere un bus non è come prendere un bus in Italia, ovunque voi siate, perché qui il bus passa ogni 7 minuti, ogni 10 minuti ed è quasi sempre vuoto, quindi anche se uno ha la mascherina, certo che fa comunque bene portarla sempre, però c'è meno rischi, insomma. Non che io vada a giro tutti i giorni, perché comunque c'è il Covid. Però in situazioni normali come erano all'inizio anno, la vita era comunque abbastanza attiva nonostante qualche restrizione che è stata autoimposta. Anche le lezioni all'inizio erano fatte addirittura in classe, non obbligatorie ovviamente, con posti ridotti su prenotazione, quindi insomma comunque era fattibile. Che altro dire? Che altro dire? La vita è molto molto attiva, ci sono feste, ci sono modi di aggregarsi, ci sono associazioni, come ha già nominato Sofia prima, per tutti i tipi. Solitamente ce n'è una per ogni facoltà, che è caratterizzata da dei pantaloni, da una tuta apposta che hanno di un colore diverso. E poi ci sono altre associazioni, come per esempio una della quale faccio parte, che è quella degli studenti internazionali, che a volte prima si chiamava Erasmus, però è internazionale, è più generico infatti, dove di fatti tanti studenti di tutte le nazioni si possono raggruppare e diciamo trovare luoghi comuni molto più facilmente rispetto agli svedesi prima di integrarsi con gli svedesi, perché personalmente vi posso dire che è un pochino più difficile. Non è impossibile, ma è un pochino più difficile, soprattutto senza parlare lo svedese. Non che non parli un inglese, perché qui comunque si fa tutto quanto in inglese, io non ho avuto problemi finora, lo svedese ancora non lo conosco, nonostante voglia impararlo. Non so, penso di avervi detto tutto. Potete fare altre domande se vi viene in mente qualcos'altro. Sofia,
Thank you, Paolo. I don't know what you said, but I guess it was probably good. Or I hope it was good. Well, that was actually all we had for us. And I left a question mark here in case we had any questions. But I see that we actually haven't gotten any. Here we go. To join a course, do I need to take an English test? That is actually
c'è bisogno. Can I respond?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
C'è bisogno di avere la certificazione B2. Io per esempio ho fatto, dato che comunque anche all'università non c'era ai tempi nei quali l'ho fatta il corso per il B2 certificato internazionale o comunque riconosciuto, sul sito del University Admission potete trovare qual è il livello di inglese richiesto. Di solito è il B2 per i bachelor, per le triennali, ma anche per i master di solito. C'è scritto quali sono i certificati accettati. Io per esempio personalmente ho fatto l'IELTS, ma non sto facendo pubblicità, siete liberi di fare quello che volete. Controllate che sia accettato, ce ne sono penso 4 o 5, quindi sono diversi, così potete trovare quello più comodo per la vostra città, in termini di esaminazione. C'è bisogno però, è obbligatorio, almeno il B2, perché altrimenti non verrete accettati, cioè potrete fare la richiesta dell'University Admission, ma vi troverete la risposta, non vi troverete accettati nel corso. So I will pass to the second question. There is all in Italian.
Oh yeah, you go ahead. Let me know if you need my help.
Ok. Layer application, perché in pratica qui iniziano a fare la registrazione a inizio, se non sbaglio, a metà ottobre, fino a gennaio, e quella è la prima mandata. Dei corsi, alcuni corsi accettano solo la prima mandata, la prima sessione di registrazione, quindi non esiste una seconda sessione per alcuni corsi. Altri corsi invece, per esempio il mio, io l'ho fatta nella seconda perché penso come voi sono arrivato a questo punto e ho deciso di iscrivermi, ma era tardi, perché non siamo abituati alla fine. La late application semplicemente venite accettati, ovviamente tutti i documenti devono passare uno scrutinio come tutti quanti, non c'è un trattamento diverso, e venite messi, diciamo, in fondo alla lista delle persone che hanno fatto l'applicazione normale. Questo perché? Perché qui non funziona in termini di accettazione in base a viene usato un voto per una graduatoria, i voti che avete avuto alle superiori negli ultimi 3 anni, perché qui in realtà hanno solo gli ultimi 3 anni, hanno le superiori divise in modo diverso, sono 3 anni più 3. Sono gli ultimi 3 anni, i voti degli ultimi 3 anni che contano e vi daranno un certo punteggio, che vi metterà in graduatoria. Late application vi mette automaticamente in fondo a questa graduatoria dei voti, ovviamente anche essa è basata su altri voti, ma solo tra quelli della late application, e se ci sono posti disponibili verrete messi dentro il corso. Per quello vi consiglio vivamente di fare la richiesta su diversi corsi, diversi si chiamano programmi, non corsi, ma diversi programmi dell'università, perché comunque bene o male riuscirete a trovare qualcosa di simile. Non è, diciamo, come in Italia dove, che ne so, ci può essere o ingegneria elettronica o matematica o scienze politiche, sono completamente diverse. Ci può essere anche qualcosa di più definito, ma simile, per esempio, sia nella stessa matematica, magari ci sono 3-4 tipi di corsi, in diverse anche università svedesi, comunque vi sto parlando. Da noi a LNU ci sono comunque diversi corsi, per i bachelor è un pochino più ristretta la scelta, perché sono solo 8 i corsi in totale per ora. Erano di più prima, ma sono stati un po' ridotti per il fatto della quantità di iscritti. Sono meno, però se vedete sono abbastanza simili, e tante volte, per esempio per il mio, cioè Network Security, e l'altro corso che in realtà è associato, che si chiama Software Development, per esempio, per darvi un esempio, in realtà stiamo facendo esattamente gli stessi esami insieme e gli stessi corsi insieme, proprio perché sono esattamente la stessa cosa, se non per gli ultimi 2 esami. Quindi al terzo anno, a marzo, faremo dei corsi diversi, ma insomma, alla fine la scelta è molto più varia rispetto a quella che c'è in Italia. Quindi vi consiglio, come ha già detto Sofia, di andare a cercare la descrizione dei corsi, la lista degli esami che ci sono, andare a spulciare un po' i syllabus per vedere se c'è qualcosa che vi può davvero interessare. Alla fine, diciamo che la mia esperienza personale è che l'interesse rispetto a una materia precisa o un qualcosa di preciso viene premiato, perché sicuramente trovi quello che c'è scritto, quello che vuoi. E anche sinceramente, se uno non lo trovasse, c'è il modo di aggregare esami che non vanno a pesare troppo sullo studio senza nessun problema, perché la quantità di studio non è così pesante, diciamo, è più che altro costante, quindi è più continua ma meno pesante allo stesso momento. Spero di aver risposto alla domanda late application, aver dato anche qualche consiglio nel mentre. Però il senso è: provate comunque a fare la registrazione, anche se è tardi e tutto, perché comunque è una registrazione. Questo è il senso. Late application viene solo messa in fondo alla lista rispetto a chi l'ha fatta normalmente. Però solitamente, ora che sono stati anche ingranditi i corsi, dato che la maggior parte ormai saranno a distanza per il prossimo periodo, per il prossimo semestre, quindi il prossimo autunno, sicuramente ci saranno più posti disponibili.
So thank you, Paolo, for answering that. We don't have any more questions right now. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation, and we will be in the booth. So please join us there, and we can help you to answer all of the questions you have about studying at Linnaeus University. And likewise, you can always contact me by email as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would love to say it, but
Yeah.
no.
So it's in Italian also.
Alex?
Yeah. So le 3 pagelle il diploma vanno tradotte in inglese? Sì. Questa è un'altra cosa un po' fastidiosa, ma su internet, su Google trovate direttamente un traduttore certificato. Certo, è l'unica cosa un pochino fastidiosa, che sicuramente costerà un pelino. Però sì, vanno tradotte da un traduttore certificato e vi verranno accettate automaticamente poi, perché non ho avuto nessun problema in quel fatto. Basta che le pagelle siano originali, firmate originali. Ora non so col digitale se c'è firma digitale e tutto, ma di solito a me chiesero quelle timbrate, perché io vengo da un'altra epoca principalmente. Perfetto, there is another question in Italian also. Perfetto, grazie. C'è un modo di vedere quali sono i corsi che accettano l'application direttamente da University Admission. Trovi direttamente tutto quello che è disponibile. Ci dovrebbero essere delle checkbox per dire tipo alle quali posso ancora accedere, posso fare una registrazione comunque. Sì, e ti dovrebbe dare addirittura la lista di tutta la Svezia. Poi puoi restringere il campo mettendo parole chiave o comunque cercando per università. Ti consiglio vivamente, se hai già qualcosa in mente, cioè se hai, che ne so, ora ti sparo le solite cose perché io purtroppo sono più sul lato scientifico, però se, che ne so, vuoi fare matematica, cerca quali sono le università che fanno matematica. Per esempio la nostra la fa, quindi puoi andare a vedere prima sul sito e poi guardi da là, o nel mentre comunque, perché dal sito è un po' difficile scremare le università. E più che altro mi ricordo che quando lo feci io tante volte mischiava tra bachelor e master, quindi è un po' strano. There is another question. Spero di aver risposto alla domanda. Qualsiasi cosa riscrivi, qualsiasi altra cosa. Se il diploma non è ancora arrivato, questa è un po' strana come cosa. In teoria dovresti poter fare l'applicazione e ti dice che comunque la deadline per mandare tutti i documenti necessari in realtà è molto più avanti, perché se non sbaglio l'ultimissima deadline dovrebbe essere oltre luglio, tipo metà luglio, inizio luglio, se non erro. Sul sito di University Admission trovate tutte quante le deadline, dovrebbero essere nell'home page, c'è una specie di, si chiama carosello, ma sarebbe una specie di pagina che scorre con tutte quante le deadline mese per mese, quindi uno scorre tra i vari mesi e trova tutte le deadline. Altrimenti cercando anche semplicemente da Google University Admission .se potete trovare deadline, potete trovare tutte le deadline che ci sono, ma ci dovrebbe essere diverse pagine che vi danno esattamente i giorni, vi dicono per esempio primo round di ammissione, deadline primo round, deadline late admission, deadline documenti, che dovrebbe essere proprio l'ultima cosa, perché per i documenti proprio lasciano un bel po' di spazio. Sono molto strict, sono molto precisi con le date, quindi se non ce la fate a mandarlo entro quel tempo, andate a quella dopo. Io per esempio ci ho perso un anno sinceramente, ma perché avevo fatto un tecnico e il tecnico qui non è riconosciuto come scuola. Meno male avevo degli esami universitari e sono riuscito a integrare quelli per riuscire a avere tutte le conoscenze che loro pensano siano necessarie per arrivare al pari della loro scuola superiore, che in realtà si chiama Gymnasium, che è dopo la scuola superiore, cioè sono 3 anni più 3 anni. Spero di aver risposto anche a questa. Qualsiasi altra cosa lo sapete, ci trovate nel booth, sia in chat vocale, video che messaggi, e abbiamo anche una stanza Zoom dove potete trovarci per anche lì chat, messaggi, quello in realtà anche per orari dopo la chiusura della fiera, quindi anche dopo le 6 se continuiamo a avere così tante risposte, domande, scusate. So I think I answered everything.
Yeah, I'm so happy that I have you here, Paolo. I can answer the questions in Italian.
Happy to be here.
Okay. In this case, I think these are all the questions. Thank you so much for your webinar. If there is anybody watching that has not seen it from the beginning, you will be able to re-watch it as soon as we stop this live. It'll be saved automatically. So guys, thank you for being here and thank you for this session.
Thank you so much. And as we said, we will be in our booth, so please join us there if you have more questions.